going on? Yeah. All right, good Monday morning, everybody. We are live on KENS 5 talking weather. You can see thunderstorms moving across western portions of the area. Medina County getting clobbered in a lot of rainfall right now. And notice between here, Uvalde, Camp Wood, Bandera, these are strong severe thunderstorms, which, by the way, we have 4 different warnings issued for parts of Medina County and Uvalde. And again, between La Pryor, Highway 57 towards Camp Wood, these are 4 to 5 different large thunderstorms that are really tall in height, meaning they're very strong, producing a lot of lightning, a lot of updraft, and a lot of energy that is moving east-northeast towards San Antonio. So if you're watching from Bexar County, maybe the north side, it's mostly dry, maybe a couple areas of light rain. The thunderstorms are on their way. And notice as I put this loop in, the last 3 hours, it's this little impulse in the atmosphere from Mexico, from Del Rio, Eagle Pass, and the upper levels. Winds are going so fast, and we have so much humidity at the surface that's fuel in the tank for rain. And notice we have a lot of activity farther northeast you go towards, at least farther west, northwest towards parts of Bandera County and Uvalde and Medina County, which, by the way, Medina County needs it. We have a pretty good shower and isolated storm over Medina Lake. We'll zoom in on that in just a moment. But again, if you guys have any questions, feel free to comment down below. We'll be monitoring the weather, monitoring the radar for the next several hours. It looks like the main threat for rain and strong to severe storms will be between now and about 3 p.m. After about the mid-afternoon hours, it looks like it gradually calms down. There is a chance we see another impulse move in later this evening after 5 o'clock. But I think the main impulse and main wave of rain will be now through about lunchtime and 1 and 2 o'clock here in San Antonio. So here's the radar. Again, we have a severe storm warning. We have several, as a matter of fact. We have about 4 of them. And it looks like they're all part of the same system. But notice 2 large clusters of storms and surrounding it additional development between Brackettville, or by the way, that's where one of our radar sites is at, between La Pryor, Pearsall. This is all moving east-northeast towards San Antonio. By the way, if you're watching from the west side of San Antonio, you're likely hearing a little bit of thunder. You can see probably a little bit of lightning in the sky. Sky's going dark. I mean, here at KENS 5, we're looking out the window and the sky is very dark. It's very gloomy and gray out there. And we're near the I-10, 410 crossover in central and on the northwest side of San Antonio. But again, so here's radar in the city. You can see over 151, so probably right around the SeaWorld area. 151, that's the 410 Highway 90 area, and then you go farther west towards 1604. That's a little bit of lightning and thunder. Mostly moderate to heavy rain. Nothing severe in San Antonio, but notice where the severe storms are at. Farther east and not too far from the Bexar County line. Castroville seeing a lot of rain right now. Same thing with Hondo, Sabinal, Highway 90. It is a lot of action and a lot of thunder. I mean, look at all that electricity. The lightning is just numerous, right? From Batesville, northwest of Pearsall, towards Lakey, Camp Wood. I mean, these are 2 to 3 to 4 clusters of thunderstorms that have been strengthening only in the last 30 to 45 minutes. They started out in Del Rio and Eagle Pass, but the energy moved across South Texas, and now we're in a prime environment for some pretty good rain later on today and for at least the next several hours. Between now and about 2 p.m., the best window of seeing on and off rain and the possibility and potential at lightning and even some hail here in San Antonio. Now, speaking of hail, so that's radar, right? We'll take a look at velocity and hail tracker next. These storms have a history of producing hail. On and off, these updrafts go up and down, they strengthen and then they weaken, they pulse. And as you saw on radar, a lot of action over Medina County, a lot of thunder and lightning, of which not producing a ton of hail. You can see the nearest hail core is northwest of Pearsall and east of La Pryor. And this is where the core of the thunderstorm is the strongest. It's highest in the atmosphere. There's a large vertical area of motion, of rising air, and that's helping produce on and off hail cores trying to form just northeast of Batesville. Now, most of it is P2 nickel to maybe quarter size hail, but notice in some rural parts of northwestern Pearsall, at least northwest of Highway 57. It's outside of Pearsall, thankfully. But anyway, you can see this hail core in the rural part of the county, west of Moore and west of I-35. That is indicating, radar is indicating upwards of ping pong to maybe golf ball size hail. And remember, it's springtime. It's humid. It's warm. Our high temperatures are likely going to climb into the 80s today. And when you have so much warm air, you have humidity, that's fuel for thunderstorms. And that's a perfect recipe. We have all the ingredients in place to produce at least scattered thunderstorms, but some of these thunderstorms will be capable of very large hail. I mean, the last couple of weeks we've had so many instances of hail and thunderstorms moving across the state. It's not everywhere, but thunderstorms moving across the state in the last couple of weeks and producing golf ball to softball size hail. I mean, last Thursday in San Marcos and parts near Seguin, northeast of I-35, we saw a couple of storms produce upwards of softball size hail. Now, at the moment, obviously a lot of rain between Uvalde, Hondo, and western San Antonio, but the only hail core is northwest of Pearsall, and it's in this cluster right here east of Batesville. So this is between Frio and Zavala County, but right here, in northwestern Pearsall, in this part of the county area south of Sabinal, is the only hail core that now is currently producing up to ping pong, maybe up to golf ball size hail, and that's at the moment. Now, this particular severe warning is in effect until 10:45 this morning, likely going to be extended as these storms continue to push farther northeast towards Medina County. Zooming into Devine, you can see some pretty good rain surrounding Devine. But downtown Devine, mostly quiet, maybe some light to moderate rain. But let's look at the last 45 minutes. These storms have been moving mostly in a northeast, easterly fashion. So San Antonio pretty much in the crosshairs for pretty good rain between now and about 2 p.m. I think we'll see additional development on the western side of these clusters of thunderstorms. So I think we'll continue to see moisture just crank in on and off storms, on and off thunder and lightning. And again, some of these storms will be capable of some large hail here in San Antonio. So just to prepare, we'll go over the severe weather threats and the parameters in just a moment, but hail will be a threat. Strong straight line winds over 60 miles an hour is certainly a possibility from the outflow of these thunderstorms. But it looks like thunder and lightning is the main threat with some hail south of Hondo and south of Sabinal. But again, that's radar at the moment. This is all moving east-northeast at this hour, and we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for areas out west. Nothing for Bexar County at the moment, but it looks like this will start to push farther northeast. As a matter of fact, the last frame will stop the clock. It is 10:16 a.m. We have a lot of heavy rain and lightning moving to the southwestern portion of Bexar County, Somerset, towards Lytle, towards Von Ormy. And getting close to the Lackland Air Force Base and the 410 loop on the southwest side of Bexar County. Now, this is just lightning and thunder, but notice near Bandera Road, at least south on Texas 16, you can see some of those pink reflectivities. That's indicating a very large updraft, right? A very tall thunderstorm, and that is likely some hail. We'll take a look at where the hail is at. Again, just some small hail on the south side of Bexar County. Nothing in Somerset, nothing in San Antonio, but that's the nearest hail in San Antonio. That's pea-sized hail, so not considered severe. You have to move farther west to pick up on some more quarter to ping pong to maybe golf ball and tennis ball sized hail. That is the largest hail core in the area right now. And notice out west between Uvalde, Camp Wood, Utopia, northern portions of Uvalde County, and well removed from Brackettville, a couple of these thunderstorms are producing hail cores. So as they move farther east towards San Antonio through 10:30, through 11:30 this morning, over the next hour or two, some of these spotty hail cores could be over San Antonio. So just to reiterate, these storms have a history of producing hail. We'll stop the clock. It is currently 10:18 a.m. Park your cars inside if you can find a garage or a carport between now and about 2 p.m. These storms will be mostly just on and off light to moderate and even heavy rain. Lightning and thunder obviously a threat. Maybe some localized flooding. It's isolated. I don't think we're going to see widespread flooding because this will be a pretty fast-moving system as it moves farther northeast. They're about 1 and 2 o'clock, but there will be some localized flooding and, of course, some isolated hail in some of these cells as they push over San Antonio. I mean, take a look at the amount of lightning. It is incredible. So much electricity between Pearsall and Camp Wood. And remember, these storms have that easterly component moving east-northeast, so heads up for Bandera, Bernie, Fair Oaks Ranch. These storms will continue to push towards you, towards Kerrville, maybe missing parts of the northern hill country like Fredericksburg. We'll have to watch if any development happens on that northern fringe near Camp Wood and near Rock Springs, but it's all moving farther east and northeast, where, by the way, central portions of San Antonio and southwest Bexar County all seeing some pretty good heavy rain at the moment. Notice between Leon Valley, Wolf Stadium, Lackland Air Force Base, Highway 90 near Balcones Heights and west of the Alamo Dome, a pretty good downpour moving through, and that's represented by that red color, right? Very heavy rain and even some lightning, but that's on the outer edge of the storms out west. We have additional development happening northeast of those large clusters of storms as they move northeast towards Alamo Heights and towards Leon Valley and Helotes. We'll put on the last 45 minutes and show you just kind of the movement and track of these thunderstorms. Again, there are a couple of spotty hail cores across Uvalde. The largest hail core is located in, let's say, northwestern portions of Pearsall. That is moving east into Pearsall. Matter of fact, a severe warning has been issued for Pearsall, which is including Frio and Medina County until 11:15 a.m. So that's been extended from 10:45 to 11:15 for northern portions of Frio and Medina County. This is Frio County, which does include Pearsall. That's until 11:15 a.m. later this morning. So everybody, if you have any questions, feel free to comment down below. We're watching the weather. What should Kerrville expect today? For Kerrville, this is all moving northeast. So I think if it moves northeast, it'll be in Kerrville probably around 11:30 later on this morning. But it looks like the bulk of rainfall is happening between Pearsall, Camp Wood, and this swath of rain is likely going to move farther east towards San Antonio, up the I-35 corridor towards San Marcos. So anywhere from Kerrville to Blanco to maybe Johnson City, Bulverde, northern San Antonio, all under the threat for very heavy rain over the next several hours, of which producing large hail and strong straight line winds near 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. We'll take a look at velocity in just a moment. But again, large hail, the number one threat. Up to golf ball, maybe softball size hail in some of these cores, especially in northern portions of Frio County and southern portions of Medina County as well. That's that large thunderstorm is just producing so much lightning at the moment, and this has gone severe. The Weather Service has issued a severe warning for Frio County, which does include Pearsall. So heads up for Pearsall. It's dry, mainly light rain in Pearsall, but the southern edge of this storm is moving farther east, and likely some hail is associated with this storm as it moves across northern portions of Frio County and parts of Medina County as well. Warning in effect until 11:15 a.m. Latest on the hail core. It is 10:21 a.m. on your Monday. The hail core in southern Bexar County has diminished. That's a good news for us outside of Poteet. This is moving away from Poteet, farther east towards Wilson County. This storm is producing up to pea-size hail. Nothing too impressive. It has to be up to quarter size to be considered severe or larger. And as a matter of fact, which is why the Weather Service has issued a severe warning for parts of Frio County, including Pearsall, until 11:15 a.m. Here's why. Winds upwards of 50 to 60 miles an hour, but more importantly, up to quarter to ping pong, maybe in some isolated areas and some rural areas north of Highway 57, up to golf ball size hail. So that is a large hail core on approach to Moore. Heads up if you're watching from Moore. It's light to moderate rain in Devine, in Lytle, and Moore right now, but this particular hail core is moving farther east, northeast towards I-35. It likely, based on what I'm seeing right now, likely the hail core will miss Pearsall. Pearsall will likely just get some heavy rain, some lightning, and some thunder. But this hail core is moving due east. So heads up for Moore. Anyone from watching from Moore or Devine, or just overall northern portions of Frio County, this particular thunderstorm is very strong, and it has that easterly northeast component. So it's going to cross over I-35 probably between 10:30 and 11 a.m., just depending on how fast and how much of its speed it fluctuates over the next half hour here in San Antonio. Alamo Ranch, let's see what Alamo Ranch is looking like. You can see that's radar. Alamo Ranch is on the northwest side of San Antonio, outside of 1604. We're hearing a lot of thunder outside. We can see it's pretty good rainfall outside our studios on 410 and I-10. That's this storm right here, just between the airport and I-10. But for Alamo Ranch, I'm trying to find Petranco Road. Okay, I'll watch the crawl and all that. Yeah, I got you. Okay. All right, so we have a lot of rain and thunder and lightning over Balcones Heights, Valley High, Wolf Stadium, Castroville, and even Helotes. But let's see Alamo Ranch. I would say between Helotes and Highway 90, that's where Alamo Ranch is located. So there's Culebra, right? There's Alamo Parkway, Tally Road. So Alamo Ranch is likely in this area right over here, mostly light to moderate rain and some thunder and lightning surrounding Alamo Ranch on the west side of Bexar County. But for Alamo Ranch, heaviest rain at the moment, south and southwest side of Bexar County. But notice this particular thunderstorm. It is large, it is strong, and it has that northeast component, just like every single one of these storms. So as you move farther northeast towards Helotes and towards Alamo Ranch, I think the storm is going to maintain its strength, and thunder and lightning is heading in your direction. Now these particular storms in southwest Bexar County, still going to move east-northeast towards downtown San Antonio, the Alamo Dome, the Frost Bank Center, towards St. Hedwig, and even towards 281 and around Somerset. That particular cell likely going to move farther east towards Elmendorf. So I think San Antonio is under a 100% chance at rain for the next several hours because of what's happening right now and what's happening southwest of San Antonio and the exact movement of these cells as they push towards San Antonio in the next couple hours. So we've talked about, hail, the hail cores. Largest hail cores in northern Frio County, north of Pearsall. That's moving towards Devine. So heads up for Devine and Moore and I-35. And southeastern portions of Medina County, that large hail core is moving in your direction. So at the moment, no hail cores in San Antonio, but these are large thunderstorms producing a lot of heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. So if you're on the roads, be careful, drive safely, go slow, keep a large distance between the car in front of you. No hail in San Antonio at the moment. Lots of thunder and lightning in southern Bexar County. But notice in northwestern Frio County, northwest of Pearsall, we have a large hail core that is moving due northeast. So it's going to cross over I-35 probably around 1040 to 1045, and that's going to impact likely Devine and Moore by about 1045 and 11 a.m. this morning, if it maintains its strength. Again, hail cores can pulse, they can strengthen, they can last for 15, 30, 45 minutes, but sometimes they weaken. But right now, the atmosphere is just so conducive for thunderstorms, and we have a lot of thunderstorms southwest that are all moving northeast right now. So we're going to watch that very closely. No signs of rotation, but there is some outbound and inbound winds in northern portions of Frio County. It's not tight, but notice if we zoom in, right, you know, when the red and green colors start to match, that's some broad rotation. Now, it's not a tight couplet, but the radar that we're using is, we have a few radars we're using, one in Brackettville and one in New Braunfels on I-35. But anyway, when you get these green and red colors mixing in, you start to get some turning. You start to get those wall clouds and sometimes the funnel clouds moving through the area. There's no tornado warning in effect as of yet, but we're watching every cell very closely. This is a severe thunderstorm producing hail, but right now it's very broad rotation. We have the inbound winds probably around 20 to 30 miles an hour just west of Moore. The outbound winds east of Batesville crossing over Highway 57 probably on the order of 30 to 40 mile an hour gusts. So nothing too concerning at the moment. You can see as we sample some of this data, some of these outbound winds moving farther south across Highway 57. This is between Batesville, I-35, and Moore. The outbound winds are moving with the occasional gusts near 45 to 50 miles an hour. That's the radar estimating it. And we can just erase that. But again, very broad rotation. We're going to watch this very closely. The Weather Service is keeping a close eye on this as well. But let's just sample the last 45 minutes. Yeah, so it looks like more of an outbound wind threat. So it looks like more of a straight line wind threat, 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts moving closer to I-35. Again, it's not a tight couplet. From the pattern I'm seeing, it's more of an outbound wind event. The inbound winds are relatively weaker. As a matter of fact, if we stop the clock and show you some of these wind samples, yeah, the radar is estimating less of a wind threat northeast over northern Frio County. Wind gusts near 30 to 35 miles an hour at most. But on that southern side, the outbound winds are gusting near 48 to maybe 50 miles an hour, crossing over Highway 57. So again, very broad rotation. It's more of a hail threat in northern portions of Frio County. As a matter of fact, if you're just joining us, there is a large hail core moving northeast across parts of Medina County, mostly Frio County, and it's going to cross over I-35 and communities like Moore, Devine, in the next 15 to 30 minutes. So heads up, park your car in the garage. If you can, get it under a carport. If you can, cover it with something large like a comforter, your car, because this is the only hail core that's around. That's the northern portions of Frio County, and that's the largest thunderstorm. But notice we have so much activity moving into San Antonio. I mean, if we stop the clock, we have so much heavy rain over where we are at the station. Let's say Alamo Heights towards Castle Hills. This is 410 towards North Star Mall. That's a pretty large cell that's producing some pretty good lightning. Less lightning in southwest San Antonio at the moment, but still heavy rain nonetheless. This is between the south side, Elmendorf, some light rain, but as you move farther west on 410 and even 1604, you really run into a wall of rain. Visibility reduced. A lot of lightning between 281 and Somerset, 281 and I-35 as you go farther south towards Laredo and towards Lytle. Lots of lightning and thunder out there. Towards the north side, more moderate to maybe pockets of heavy rain in Helotes, Timberwood Park. Same thing with Bernie and Comfort. But the farther west you go, you have a lot of lightning just scattered through the area between Devine, Hondo, Sabinal, and towards Lakey. I mean, Lakey getting clobbered with a lot of rain right now. It's moving out of Camp Wood. That's the good news. But over Lakey, Utopia, parts of western Bandera County, That is a lot of rain. Uvalde getting a lot of heavy thunder and lightning right now. It looks like the severe threat is farther northeast of Uvalde between Sabinal and Camp Wood. Last I've checked, the hail threat not too much of a concern. There are little cores of hail moving across parts of Medina County, Real County, and Bandera County probably in the next 30 minutes. But the hail core, not much in San Antonio. There's nothing in terms of hail in the city, but the largest hail core is in northern Frio County, north of Pearsall, and that's moving towards Devine. That's moving towards I-35 and towards more in the next half hour. But again, these storms are capable of large hail and strong gusty winds. Very broad rotation in the thunderstorm in northern Frio County. We saw some of those outbound winds producing 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is damaging, of course. So heads up if you're in Pearsall. That thunderstorm that's going to cross over Pearsall and I-35 in the next half hour has a history of producing up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's a big threat for northern Frio County. Not much of a wind threat right now in San Antonio. Watching for areas around Lakey, very broad, spotty areas of just very broad rotation. So it doesn't look like rotation is going to be a huge concern at the moment. But of course, we'll watch these storms closely as they move farther east-northeast in the next half hour. Yes, everyone stay safe. Petrenko, so Petrenko's on the west side, right? So Petrenko would be towards 151. Let's zoom into Petrenko. That's Wiseman, so that's near Brennan High School. There's Talley Road. There's Military Drive. That's the West Creek area. Some light to moderate rain over there. Sorry, I got out of frame. And then there's Petrenko Road. So we have some pretty good moderate rain at best. I would say moderate to heavy. The farther south you go on 1604 towards Marbach, towards Highway 90, you do get in on some heavier rain, heavier thunder and lightning. That's over Highway 90 towards Castroville. So Petrenko Road, moderate rain, some thunder and lightning south of you, but the heaviest amount of rain is farther south down 1604 towards Highway 90. There's Wolf Stadium, there's Valley High. This is near the Lackland Air Force Base area. There's Commerce Street, right? If you look closely, it's hard to see on the map, but there's a lot of action starting to form on the outer edge of these showers and thunderstorms as they move farther northeast. We have additional development farther south towards Live Oak County and B County. This is Three Rivers. This is Campbellton, George West, towards Beeville, outside of Beeville at least, Karn City, towards Floresville. You have a lot of moderate to heavy rain over there, some pretty good thunder and lightning outside of Karn City and near Fall City. Elmendorf, some pretty good rain, and this is all moving east-northeast. And I say that because if you're just joining us, we have a lot of action and a lot of additional development just out to our west. So all this moisture is going to move overhead, some of them producing some spotty hail cores. The largest hail cores outside of Pearsall. Not much hail in San Antonio at the moment. It's just light to moderate to pockets of heavy rain and lightning and thunder. But northern portion to Frio County, that is where a hail core is, producing up to ping-pong size hail outside of Pearsall. Now this is going to impact Devine and Moore in the next half hour, so heads up if you're watching from Devine and Moore or northern portions of Frio County or southern portions of Medina County. This large thunderstorm right here is the only one that's producing severe parameter hail. That's over quarter size, that's up to ping pong size hail, and this is all moving to Devine and likely will clip southern Bexar County probably about 11:30 in the next half hour to an hour and a half. Sabinal in between systems, but I mean, take a look at all that moisture. It's moving east-northeast. So it looks like we're going to see a lot of action through about lunchtime, and we'll see this impulse of rain probably diminish by about 2 and 3 p.m. There's a chance we see additional development later on tonight, around 4 and 5 p.m., but we'll have to watch that very closely and see what materializes in the city. But right now, the main threat is heavy rain, lightning and thunder, localized flooding, and some isolated hail cannot be ruled out. A couple of these storms are producing P to maybe quarter-size hail out west in San Antonio. There's not much hail forming in these thunderstorms as of yet, but there are a couple of isolated cells along I-35 towards Pearsall that are producing up to ping-pong, maybe golf ball-size hail. And a good proxy for that is the more lightning you see, the more of an updraft it has, the stronger the thunderstorm, the more severe it is, the more likely it is to produce up to quarter to maybe golf ball size hail as they move farther northeast. Valley High. We looked at that earlier. Let's take a look. I have to get ready to do some cut-ins, so bear with me. Valley High, there's Wolf Stadium. There's Valley High right there. So you can see between Lackland City, this is Medina Base Road, and that's Highway 90 to your north, Medina Base Road. There's Ray Ellison Boulevard, and that's some pretty moderate rain around Valley High with a pocket of heavy rain just north of Highway 90. That is between Marbach Road and Highway 90. Yeah, so that's some of the communities on the west side of San Antonio. So expect more on-off thunder and lightning. Some of them will go severe. Some of them will produce isolated cells here in San Antonio. So we'll have to watch that very closely. Marbach, yeah, same thing. So we'll zoom in. There's Marbach Road, depending on where you are. But anywhere from, let's say, so that's Marbach right there. So we have a pretty good pocket of heavy rain between, sorry I'm getting out of camera frame. I'm trying to, the texts are very small. So that's Marbach Road right there. That's I think, no, that's not Ellison. There's Highland Creek, there's Overlook Canyon, and there's Five Forks Street. We have the farther east you go. Let's see. Sorry, you're just seeing red on the map. But anyway, that's heavy rain over Marbach Road right now. So there's that's Kellen Heights, Wolf Stadium's down Highway 90, Lackland, Crewald Road. That's a look at the west side of San Antonio, kind of surrounding the Marbach Road area as well. Eric, you're welcome. Absolutely. We'll be on live for the next several hours. I'm going to have to take a break because we're going to have to do cut-ins on CBS on KENS 5, so I'll be on with the suit in the next few minutes or so. But we'll keep this live stream on. It'll be continuing to loop radar, the hail tracker, because these storms are going to continue to move east-northeast towards San Antonio. But that's a look at San Antonio as a whole right now. Not much action on the east side towards St. Hedwig, but a lot of moderate rain on the north and northwest side. Heaviest activity is probably over Marbach, Highway 90 towards 151. That's probably where the heaviest rainfall is. In addition to that, Lytle, Somerset, some heavy rain moving through. And the same thing as you move your way south on 281 and Bandera Road towards Poteet and towards Atascosa County. But again, some of these storms are going severe. We do have a flood warning in effect for parts of Uvalde and Zavala County, including La Pryor. Some of these thunderstorms that continue to form will continue to aggravate some of these low-lying areas, the flood-prone areas, and that'll be the case as these storms move farther east. Any flood-prone regions, any flood-prone neighborhoods will be prone to some localized ponding and high water spots over the next couple hours. But again, we'll leave this looping. I have to do some cut-ins on KENS 5 on CBS. So what I'll do is leave this on, and I'll put this full screen. Yeah, no hail right now. It's just heavy rain, pockets of moderate rain in San Antonio. The hail cores are out west between Camp Wood and Pearsall. The largest hail core is outside of Pearsall, and that is producing upwards of ping-pong size hail. That's why you have a severe warning issued until 11:15 a.m. For parts of Frio and Medina County for the next half hour. Okay, so we'll leave this looping, and I'm going to turn off my mic, but we'll be on live again in a little bit, but I'll be doing cut-ins on KENS 5, CBS, for the latest on everything you need to know on radar, activity, hail, flood warnings, and severe warnings. So keep it here on KENS 5, but again, I'll be on here on digital on Facebook Live and on YouTube later on this morning, but in the meantime, I have to get on KENS 5 and actually do some cut-ins. So a little rain in Palo Alto, absolutely. Yeah, nothing heavy over by Zarzamora yet, just very light rain, but yeah, give it some time. We have some additional development out west, as you can see. This is all moving east-northeast, and we're going to see on and off storms at least through 2 o'clock today. So stay weather aware and keep it here on KENS 5. We'll be on a little later, so stay here and we'll keep you updated.
Good afternoon, everyone. Or good morning, rather. Meteorologist Jeremy Baker here. We continue to follow severe thunderstorms rolling across south central Texas at this hour during the late morning hours. Of course, I'm following along on my phone here. Just warning you guys, we're going to be breaking in live also on air during the 11:30 hour, so I'll be doing something with that, and then also during our newscast as well. But we're going to track this and stick with it for quite a while. Feel free to ask any questions. Of course, I'm right here, Alex. Hope you're having a good time sitting inside at home. Good size hail heading from Eagle Pass to Uvalde this morning. Yes, let me show you real quick where everything is right now. It's a mess. Basically, whoa, what is this computer doing? Nope, we're going to do something in a different way here so I have better control over this radar. All right, here we go. All right. There is south central Texas. This is the map we typically see when the news is on, and right now pretty much all of us are under a severe thunderstorm watch right now, so it's not showing it right here, but we've got a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, as these storms go from west to east, though, the threat moves from our western counties to our eastern. Right now it's starting to move into our central counties, and we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Really, it's just one, but kind of broken into two here. It's mainly, looks like it has moved now. Let me see if we get the banner. There we go. All right, we've got Atascosa, Medina, and looks like, let me just make sure on my phone here because I don't have a desktop computer here where I am. It looks like Bear's in it too, though. Give me just a second to put this. No, they kept Bear out of it, so looks like it is. There's my phone acting up again. It's for Atascosa, Medina, and also for part of northeastern Frio County as well. And with this storm, let me get into the details about this morning here just a second here. All right, this is not this one here. It's a different severe thunderstorm warning, the new one. Again, that includes Atascosa, Medina, and part of Frio County. I don't know why it's showing the old one that only goes until 11:15. That is just not making any sense to me. Oh, wait, that's not either. Well, regardless, oh, there it is. Okay, till 12:15. All right, this is for southeastern Medina, northeastern Frio, and northwestern Atascosa. So I'm going to write this down here real quick. Southeastern Medina, northwest Frio, and northwest Atascosa, and that is running until 12:15. And this storm has had history of producing tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we did see larger hail with the other storms the other day, a lot of damage as well. But thankfully, not seeing hail as large, but tennis ball size hail, that is definitely very large hail. Looks like comments are not coming in as we're going here, so hopefully they will start to do so. Interesting. And just so you know, you'll see a little behind the scenes also because we're getting things set up for the noon. Let's see. Oh, interesting. A lot of people talking about, oops, I think I just loved a couple comments here. Let's see, massacred plant babies. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Definitely get this covered up. I'm going to write this down here. Massacred plant babies. Interesting. Let's see. Rosa, good size hail. We're going to be talking about some of the comments from you guys on the air during our new newscast. I'm just writing a few of those down here. Let's see. Just 1 second here, guys. Let's see, Pamela. All right, so, okay. Downtown, let's show you downtown right now then. All right, downtown's not looking too bad right now. You can see Bexar County's not looking too bad right now. The worst of it is just to the south and west in the Divine area. Now, this storm has had a history, again, we just looked it up, of producing tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and quite a bit of rainfall too. These storms aren't moving all that quickly. Like the one storm did, last Thursday. It was definitely moving a lot faster. So heavy rain wasn't as much of a concern unless you're out driving. So if you are doing any driving, definitely try to wait until early to mid-afternoon. If you're, say, from San Antonio westward, if you're east of San Antonio, give it to at least 2 o'clock or so. This is looking like it's going to last a little while here. And let me zoom into the areas here that are seeing the worst of it right now. And I would love to be able to take the lighting off here too, because it's covering a lot. But you can see here, this is southeastern Medina County. I love my handwriting here. Southeastern Medina County, Divine, definitely seeing the worst of it right now. Winds again, 60 mile per hour, tennis ball size hail. The storm is moving off to the east. Let me zoom out just a little bit so you can see its motion here. It's moving off to the north and east. I'd say east-northeast, but this specific storm right here should loop it a few times at least. There you go. You can see it has more of an eastward movement, so it has more of a right turn than many of the other storms that we're seeing there. It looks like the cold front that is coming through is starting to overtake a lot of the storms here. So these storms formed individually out ahead of this front, and as the front comes through, you can see it's starting to push them more. They were moving from the southwest to the northeast. Now they're starting to move from the east to the west, and that's a sign that this cold front is starting to take over and push these storms to the east instead of more of a northward component to it. Again, this is your thunderstorm warning. I'll stop it and show you. It is for Atascosa, Frio, and Medina counties. This is running until 12:15. I would say the worst of it now. Northern Atascosa, that's what I would look out for you right now. That's where the worst of it's going to be moving into. But right now, northwest Frio and southeast Medina County, that's where the worst of it is right now. Let's see. 410 in Lackland, you're asking. Let's see. Write it down right now. Let's see, 410 in Lackland. Let's get the tracker on here. All right, well, let's see. Actually, let me show you something here, Judy. I wouldn't worry too much about 410 in Lackland. Where is the grab thing? Here we go. There we go. Okay, so the storm we're looking at is this one down here. See, it's the one around Divine. And that one is moving off directly to the east. So let me put that radar in motion there. You could see it there moving off to the east. So, and behind that, we're not seeing anything else that's severe right now. So this storm is really stabilizing the atmosphere. So anything that comes in behind it likely won't be all that bad. And same with the storms to the north. So you can see with 410 in Lackland right now, that would be about right in the center of your screen there, or the center of the radar screen rather. And really, that big storm is heading to the south. So that 410 in Lackland, not so bad, but there's going to be some rain. There will be some wind and lightning, but nothing too terrible, I would say. That's why there's no severe thunderstorm warning right now in Bexar County. The National Weather Service kept that just to the south in northern Atascosa County. Is that Runge, Texas? I need to look up a lot of towns and find out where some things are. Runge, is that how you say it? Let's see. 67 miles away from here. Okay, so it's southeastern Victoria. Got it, okay. Runge, interesting. No problem, Judy, my pleasure. Any questions you got, feel free to send them along. Let's take a look at the hail tracker actually now. There we go. Let's zoom in a little bit and loop it so we can see. All right, this is the storm, and really it's been moving directly east, the hail core of the storm the entire time. And you did see, let me just stop this here. It's interesting. This estimates the size of the hail. It's not saying for sure we had hail this size, but let me back it up a little bit. At one point, this was, let's see, did it say when? It says at 11:12 this morning, so just about 15 minutes ago, that in northeast Frio County, there was, this says apple size hail, which is smaller than softball, which at least is smaller than what we had several nights ago. But that's an estimate. So if it's possible we did have hail that large, but no one actually was in the vicinity of that to actually see the hail, because you actually have to measure the hail in order for the Weather Service to have it count as actual hail that was that large. Like the other night we had grapefruit sized hail, which was crazy. I've never seen hail the size of grapefruit before. That was just incredible size hail. But let me get you the forecast real quick too, while we're showing this here. Just a second to load here. We've got that severe thunderstorm watch for all of us until 4 o'clock this afternoon. But again, as these storms move through, things will be much more stabilized. And now you can see several counties, including Uvalde, Hondo, down towards parts of the northern part of Frio County as well. Flash flood warnings now in effect because quite a bit of rain has fallen in quite a short amount of time. in those areas, probably at least 1 to 3 inches or so of rain. And that could be a concern as well because we do have these storms training. We have the individual cells that broke out first that moved through Hondo and also Pearsall, or northern Frio, at least just north of Pearsall where the worst was. But now we've got some more storms starting to form behind them. So now the problem won't just be the hail and the wind, but now it does look like there could be a flood threat with these storms because they're not moving nearly as fast as the other ones were the other night. And also there are storms forming behind the initial line of storms. So we're seeing some of that rainfall in New Braunfels now. Bexar County not under a warning, but we are seeing some rain, some thunderstorms, also quite a bit of wind gusts, 60 mile per hour plus with that severe storm. But with any other storms, we could still easily see 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, and that could do some damage as well. Uvalde, looks like you're getting some thunderstorm activity right now. You're on the edge of it though. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Let's see. Hondo, definitely see more of it now. It's been a little while. Let's go back further south, actually. Let's go here. All right, it's doing the opposite of everything I'm trying to do. We're almost there. That'll work. All right, let's leave it there. Crystal City on the southwestern side of that as well. There could be some more showers and storms that form behind this, but I'm thinking not a whole lot because once the atmosphere stabilizes, things should look better. Okay, it's a flood advisory for Uvalde and Zavala County. So we're not seeing flood warning, it's a flood advisory because of urban and small stream flood advisory. Basically, the water rises quickly in the small streams, and we get that. So we're not seeing major flooding going on, just a flood advisory. Let's take a look, zoom out again, and there's that hail tracker. Let me see if I can zoom in. Yeah, I can. All right, so you can see it there. Moving to northern Atascosa County. Definitely tennis ball size hail. This one's saying there could be as large as baseball size hail, but we'll stick with the tennis ball size hail. That's what's been reported by the National Weather Service. But definitely tennis ball size hail with this one is the big concern. You saw a lot of lightning on that radar too, but a lot of people are concerned about hail. Right now, it's not looking like major hail anywhere near San Antonio or Bexar County, so that's definitely good news. But for you guys in northern Atascosa County and also northeastern Frio, that's where it is right now. Send me text messages and make sure it's not about the rain. All right. I guess they're not watching Facebook because they don't know that I'm on here talking about this right now. Okay. All right, let's look at the rest of the forecast real quick. You can see it's kind of hard to see. I believe that's facing downtown. It's kind of hard to see it right now. Winds says calm, but of course, if you're in the middle of the thunderstorm, it's not going to be calm. So expect some wind to blow around here and there at the airport within no time at all. Humidity 90%, temperature 75, so at least it's kept down a bit, the temperature. So not too hot out there. 67 Uvalde, Hondo 71. You can clearly see where the rain is and where it's not. It's not in our southern counties. Hondo, seeing a temperature of that cool 71. Cotulla 85, George West, Beeville, each 86. Floresville 75, and Seguin sitting there at 74. Del Rio didn't see any rainfall. 85 degrees there. Let me go in and out of the Facebook feed here just to see. Yeah, it's not updating. I knew it. Okay. All right. Looks like. Do you guys know why the comment feed wouldn't be updating on Facebook? No. Darcy? Do you know why the Facebook comments wouldn't be updating on my Facebook app? Like if I go out of it and back into it, I can see the comments, the new ones, but not old ones, or not but I have to go out of it into it, or else it doesn't even update. Let's see, will we hail at 21190? We're just looking, let me just go back to the radar here. The only location where you should be concerned about hail is going to be directly south of Bexar County right now. I wouldn't worry about it anywhere else. Petite, no. Yeah, actually, we have a crew headed toward Petite. Let me get the radar on real quick here. All right, there's the radar. Okay, Petite, yeah. I really want to take this lightning off. Wish there was another easier way to do this. No. Okay. No flooding in our area, no, Mickey. We are seeing kind of close there. No flooding in our area, just flood advisories for counties that storms are already moving through. Let's see, I'll show you real quick here. There we go, Uvalde and Zavala counties where easily 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen with these storms. That's where the problems are. Urban and small stream flood advisory, no flood warnings out. And just this one severe thunderstorm warning out for northeastern Frio, northern Atascosa, and southeastern Medina counties. Your husband is working in Pleasanton. Well, make sure he stays inside there because this is definitely coming his way, and you can see a lot of that pink right at the end there, underneath the lightning. You can see it right there. It's crossing over from Frio and Medina counties into northern Atascosa County right now. Yeah, these storms are all for today. It's actually right now. These storms are going on right now. No power in Divine. Well, hail and no power. This lovely pen. Okay, here we go. Hail. All right, so let's see. I'm going to use your comment there, if you don't mind there, Alan. Man, my handwriting is terrible. Okay. Let's see. So where you'll expect the problems to be is south of San Antonio, southern Bexar, and south of Bexar County, which is why the Weather Service typically makes these warnings initially in the shape of a polygon. So it's like a square or a trapezoid, something like that. So typically you'd see that go into Bexar County, but didn't want to warn everyone in Bexar County about this one storm that looks like it's going directly to the south of Bexar County. That's where the worst of it is. Again, moving out of the Divine area, heading right towards Pleasanton. And there's Poteet. There you are. Really got to zoom in to get to Poteet. But yeah, Poteet, it's definitely heading your way right now. So I definitely would not want to be outside of Poteet right now. The worst of it is about to head right towards you, if it's not already on top of you now, because it's moving at a pretty good clip. Again, this has had a history of producing tennis ball size hail, winds greater than 60 miles per hour, and now we do have a little bit of a flood concern in some of the counties the storms have already moved through. Urban and small stream flood advisory up, but really the hail and the wind and the lightning, the big story with this one. Once again, a lot of lightning. Yeah, we can't rule out isolated tornadoes. Is that Lackwin? Is that how you say your last name? Or say your first name? Lackwin Mendez? Can't rule out isolated tornado, but it looks like for now, not seeing tornadoes. Just a lot of hail with this one once again, but it's tennis ball size hail. The storm we had the other night, that last Thursday, that was grapefruit size hail. And so this is a lot smaller than that. Tennis ball size hail, about 2.5 inches in diameter. Grapefruit size is 4.5 to close to 5 inches. So it's not nearly as large, but it's definitely up there. Or rather 3 inches is actually the size of tennis ball size hail. Let's go back out of the stream and then back in. Refresh the comments here. Lakin. Okay, gotcha. Lakin. Yes, are these the only storms today? Yeah, these should be the only storms today. You know what? Let me show you. Let's go into the future radar here. Just a second here. We're going to go through each of the graphics here. We finally started raining downtown, did it, Alex? Of course, on the radar, it looks like it's been raining for a while. Of course, it just started. Seems like we're in like this donut where it doesn't rain. All right, so here's the hail tracker. Let's go a little closer, though. Oop. Yes, it's no, I'm pushing the mouse the other way. Why are you doing that? Don't you love when computers don't do what you think they're going to do? No, we're not going into the ocean, into the Gulf. All right, well, it didn't work as well as I'd hoped. Anyway, you see that way up there near San Antonio? That's the hail we're watching in Atascosa County. Let's try one more time. Ooh, now we can zoom in. That is good enough for me. All right, that's the latest right now. That is in northern Atascosa County. Let's see, Lakin. That's a cool name. I like that. It was raining this morning in Uvalde. Rain is ending now. Yeah, you should be good in Uvalde. Things look a lot better now. Oh. You see a little less there on the camera there, looking down. I think that's looking towards downtown. 75 at the airport, 75 in Stinson. The winds are on the calm side. Barometer 1006 millibars as well. All right. The current temperatures we are seeing 75 in San Antonio. Everywhere the rain has moved through, it's much, much cooler. 67 in Uvalde. No problem, Lakin. I'll never forget Lakin now. I like it. 75 Floresville, 88 Beeville and Victoria. So very humid there. Let's get right to the wide view on the radar. So we just have this one cluster of showers and storms that continues to show some back building. So what we are seeing now will hopefully be the end of it there, but there is the possibility that more could form behind it, but I'm thinking not. Once we get beyond 2 or 3 o'clock, most of this is going to get cut off, and you'll see why here. Here's the future cast. This is today at noon, so just about 20 minutes from now at noon. Let me refresh the comments real fast. Let's see. Thank you. I don't have an IFB yet. Excuse me, just 1 second, guys. Is this one back here? All right. Let's see here. Just getting set up for the noon here. going to be live on the noon. So give me just a second.
We've got Jeremy in the digital center, and we've got Brian in the weather center. My head is at Meteor, you keep working on the noon, but I'm going to keep this what we're doing going right now until at least 12:13. So if we take the noon at all,
Just one sec, guys. Our news director is talking to us.
12:15 at the restart. It's very likely I keep this going through 12:30. So just keep going until I have a place to go, but I may just stay with these guys.
Hey, James. Can you let someone know I have an IFB on, and it's on, but I don't hear anything.
IFB1?
No, I have an IFB on, but it's not. I don't hear anything. It's a digital center IFB.
Okay, let me call Jamie.
So I don't know what I'm supposed to hear. All right. Let's see. Josh, I'm also showing another round this afternoon. Will these storms cancel out those chances? That's going to show you right now. The Futurecast was showing no. Once we get beyond the mid-afternoon, things should look fine because things get stabilized, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some more popping up, but I'm thinking the chance for severe storms will go down considerably. Let's see. Here's noon. It's showing it right across San Antonio. Move it a little further. Yeah, you can see by 2 o'clock, it's all the severe stuff is out of here. It's down toward the coast by then, or at least the coastal plain behind it. You can see that one cell wanting to form there in the hill country. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are a few isolated showers or storms, but I'm thinking the chance of severe storms will be out of here once this pushes on through. Let's keep it going there. Here's Monday at 6 o'clock. Not seeing anything going on this evening, just some cloud cover left behind in our central and eastern counties. And then once we get to tomorrow morning, we are mostly clear and mostly sunny, so that's looking good tomorrow morning. So once we get past this afternoon, things look a lot better. And there is everything going on right now once again. Let's see, Crystal, how bad is Von Army going to get? My light's been flickering. You should be, let's see, let's zoom in on Von Army right now, actually. Let me get out of this here. This does not like to behave when it is in play mode, it's called. Let's see, Von Army, you are right there. And it's about as worse as it's going to get right now, I would say, Crystal. Yeah, that one severe storm is still staying to the south in Atascosa County, so I wouldn't expect that to get to you. And we are seeing if any more storms. It doesn't look like anything is forming further to the west of these storms. Let me just check it here on another radar on my phone real quick here. It's interesting. Oh, we have hail. Everyone's very excited about the hail, as long as it's not doing too much damage. There we go. Okay. No, we don't have anything forming behind it. So once we get these storms pushed through, this will hopefully be it for the day. I'm definitely not thinking we'll have any more of a chance for any hail like we had the other night. Valverde, let's see. There's Helotus and all. Valverde.
Jeremy, what's happening?
Well, I am live on the air, right? I'm live on right now. But do you need to look at something? Let me answer two questions. Let me answer two questions real quick. Well, Verity, you're not going to look too bad because all the severe stuff is far to the south of you. And it's the storm going towards Pleasanton, and the number of strikes it is, it's got a lot of strikes. Hold on one second. I'll be right with you guys there. Let me get to your question in just a minute here, Lakin. Yeah, I have an IFB on, but I don't hear anything. Should I be hearing something? This is the Digital Center IFB.
Digital Center IFB.
Yeah. Why do I hit this? I'm pushing down on the button too, and it's not doing anything.
Or just turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah, I did that too.
That is Sonic Ice.
Sonic Ice.
I like how you have the comparison.
Hey guys, Meteorologist Jeremy Baker here. Just so you know, I'm going to be cutting into the new newscast, so see a little behind the scenes stuff going on here at the same time. I won't be able to answer quite as many questions on Facebook until that happens. We'll be talking about what people are concerned about. Good to hear, Ashley. Your garden lives another day. All right. Lost power, 211 and Petrenko. Man, Petrenko. I'm going to write this down. Hopefully get that back, Celeste. All right. The Red Cross is watching. All right. Let's see. So Lakin, back to you. Number of strikes. Let's see if I can get that going here real fast here. They're going to be tossing to me pretty soon. Let's see what this does. That is definitely not what I wanted to do. Let's clear that. No, clear that. Wow, you can hear. I'm just listening to the newscast right now. If you're not watching our newscast online, you still can. And right now, Paul is hearing. Oh, looks like. Oh, we got him. No, they still got some of the signal, but you could hear that hail. That was incredible. This is tennis ball size hail with this storm. That's in Atascosa County. Let me zoom out a little bit here and show you where all these storms are. But the worst of it right now is in northern Atascosa County, where the tennis ball size hail is. Oh, no problem. Is it Lele? Lele, right? I would say Lele. Helotes getting hit hard right now. Let's zoom into Helotes. God, those lightning strikes are monstrous. Let's loop this thing here. All right. Oh yeah. Looks like the good news for you in Helotes, Lele, is does look like it's about to move out, at least the worst of it. There's some stuff behind it though. We do have some lightning and some plenty of rain behind it, but it looks like the severe stuff is to your south. That's the good news. So no severe storms behind this one right now, but because these storms are moving through, that's helping to stabilize the atmosphere. So once these storms push through, we shouldn't see anything like this again this afternoon. This should be the end of it once this pushes on out. Amy, yeah, where are you at, Amy? Amy and base. It's so dark out right now. I bet it is. Yeah, it's pretty dark here. I mean, honestly, looking out the windows right here at the station, you would think it's nighttime right now. So we are definitely seeing a lot of the worst of it right now. Man, looks like Paul's getting all the nasty stuff down there in northern Atascosa. I don't know exactly where he is because I wasn't listening to the entire newscast, but he's got to be in northern Atascosa County. Do you know where Paul is right now? Kristen, do you guys know?
You know where Paul is?
Yeah.
Motif.
Oh, Motif, okay. Wow, yeah. It was right in the middle of that. That's incredible. I'm listening to Paul talk about the possibility of the storm strengthening. Because he was directly underneath the center of the storm in Poteet, but were directly moved over. And he said it looked like a little bit of rotation there on the radar also. Yeah, so hopefully that's not going to strengthen as it pushes off to the east. But now, I would bet, if you're in downtown San Antonio, you're probably seeing a lot of lightning. This storm in Bexar County is not severe, but there's a lot of lightning going on there right now. Let's see. Hopefully everyone else, how's everyone else doing in whatever town you're in? Especially if you're in Bexar County or Atascosa County. Oh, I'm hearing myself in my ear. I was trying to figure out what I was hearing in my earpiece, and that was myself, actually. Okay, so there is San Antonio and downtown. If you're anywhere really inside 410, especially north of 90, we're seeing a lot of that lightning across all of downtown San Antonio, all of the northern half of the city, really seeing a lot of that lightning. But the worst of it still down to the south in northern Atascosa and also parts of Frio, Medina County, where that severe thunderstorm warning is. So far, there has been no new severe thunderstorm warning issued, which is actually surprising. I would think something would be issued off to the east, but not seeing that right now. Hey, Mariana, are you able to get word back to someone that I'm hearing myself echoing?
Yes, I can go let them.
Okay, thank you. So again, there's no new severe thunderstorm warning issued to the east of this one, just east of Pleasanton. Pleasanton on the very east side of that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there still is some hail going through there. Anything to be worried about in Seguin, Guadalupe County? So Seguin, you do have the storms are still headed your way. Right now, though, nothing is severe. So the storm that's in downtown San Antonio and central Bexar County, that's what's headed towards Seguin, but it's not severe. So I wouldn't worry about that right now. But there is a lot of lightning with that, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a warning issued about that one. Also got some storms forming near Cuero. They'll be heading up towards Hallettsville, so we've also got some over there. But the only severe thunderstorm we have right now is northern Atascosa, southeastern Medina, and northeastern Frio counties. The Pleasanton one looks like it's coming your way. Let's see. Yeah, man, if you're directly east of Pleasanton, that is definitely headed your way. Floresville, looks like Floresville's going to be on the northern side of that storm. I think Floresville is definitely going to get that. Yes, however, let's see. San Antonio makes it to you guys. Let's see, Josh. Looks like, in taking a look at the loop, it looked like in the last frame it had more of an eastern movement to it. So if that's the case, it does look like it's going to skip right over you or just go right south of you, the worst of it at least. You know what, I believe I have 2 radar. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, I think the worst of it's going to miss you once again in New Braunfels. Still, no refresh on that warning. Let me just make sure nothing is going through that I'm missing on my phone here. Okay, yeah, still no new severe thunderstorm warning. It is still the same warning that we've had up for the past half an hour now. How's everything going?
IFB?
Oh, yeah, all's good in there. Thank you.
You all good on that?
Yep, IFB's all good.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was hearing myself, but not anymore, so that's good. All right, guys, feel free to ask any questions. They might take me live on the newscast at any moment, so just letting you know that. Yeah, it is like a tornado, Amy and Base. If you can get winds of 70 miles an hour, that's lower in tornado strength. Oh, now I can hear me again. So yeah, that is lower in tornado strength, so that can do just as much damage as a weak tornado. All right, let's see. Hopefully this storm hopefully it dissipates. It's so tough hearing what Paul's saying and all the damage that's going on. Thankfully not hearing nearly as much as the other night, but we are still hearing what Paul's seeing. It's fascinating. It's so hard not to be able to look at an actual image. But still no new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that is in northern Atascosa County. So that's good news. I guess the Weather Service just is not seeing anything worth a warning. And you need a warning if you have severe size hail or 55-mile-an-hour winds or higher. And you can see here, this was showing as large as possible baseball-sized hail about 30 minutes ago. Now it's showing at most ping-pong ball-sized hail. So this storm definitely has weakened a lot. So even though it's showing a lot of this lightning, and it looks almost just as bad, it is definitely weakening. So as it's headed your way, let's see, how fast is this storm moving? Give me just a second here. Let me check on that. I wish I had a desktop computer right here. Let's see. Yes, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So about 35 miles per hour. So Pleasanton, Floresville, what's that about? Is that about 35 miles or so? Yeah, about that, I would say. Getting a lot of text messages. Now it's pouring downtown. Yes, it is. Tell Barnabas hello. Let's see. Oh, Mickey, if you're still watching, you were hearing us both at the same time? Well, that's interesting. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Checking my other text messages, making sure everyone's okay. Looks like we got rain in the back there. Thank you, Lou, for sending that in. All right. Back to Facebook. All right. Of course, Ryan is still on the air right now. It's almost noon.
Hey, Ashley, Paul's going to have a live for 4 or 5
Are you guys hearing both myself and Ryan online on Facebook or YouTube? I would hope not. I'm hearing both in my earpiece, so I'm hoping you guys aren't hearing both. So if any one of you could just let me know if you're hearing just me or just Ryan or the both of us, that'd be great. Thank you. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Let me go out of this and back in. Man, why is this not updating? Joel, sounds like it's raining here on the east side. Yep, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, no, thank you, Lakin. So you're not hearing Ryan. That's good. Okay. Good, okay. I'm hearing both, and it's driving me crazy. Let's see. It's Mary Jesse, it's freaking raining hard here on Martin Luther King Pecan Valley area. Thank you, Josh, also. All right, yeah. So now it looks like the worst of it's going to be from the, let's see, downtown San Antonio to the east side. This is a pretty impressive storm now. Once again, see this one moving over more, and it looks like it's moving to the northeast. So Divine, Bigfoot, you're going to get some more of that heavy stuff once again. It's a much smaller storm, so it's not going to last very long. But we are seeing more of that rain off to the west. Uvalde, you've been on the very back end for quite a while now. It's a little frustrating, but I can handle it. I'm used to hearing that. I'm good at ignoring people, so I can just ignore what I'm hearing in here until they tell me to start doing stuff. At any point, they could take me live in the noon. I'm not sure. I'm just waiting to hear about that. But I am trying to hear what Paul's saying right now in Poteet. If you're watching on air, you can see what's going on in Poteet. If you're watching this, we can see what's going on everywhere. So right now, Paul's talking about in Poteet. I'm trying to hear what he's saying. He's saying, I'm hearing there's trees down in Poteet, and that's where Paul is right now, Paul Morales. Oh, you do hear it faintly in the background. Oh, interesting. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to ignore people, but sometimes you just got to. Especially in this business, there's a lot going on around you on either side. People behind the camera, people have been, kind of making hand gestures at me throughout this past half hour, and it's stuff you got to kind of ignore some of it and kind of keep it going. All right, let's talk about the severe thunderstorm warning once again. This is until 12:15 for the storm. The warning was issued was for Atascosa, Medina, and northern Frio counties until 12:15, but the storm is now moving through Pleasanton. Just north of Pleasanton, I think, is where the worst of it is right now. You can see that 281 between Pleasanton and the Bexar County line is where the most of it is now. But now we also have this line that is approaching the Pearsall area, and we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Frio, or northeastern Frio and southwest Divine, or southeast Medina, and that's running until 12:15, and that storm is going to add to that. And we also have these two counties, both, come on, zoom in, Uvalde and Zavala counties, both under flood advisories, and that's until 1:30. Those are for urban and small. It's an urban and small stream flood advisory, so nothing widespread flooding, just urban and small stream. Let's see, Lincoln, listen, that Pleasanton one has more lightning strikes. Yeah, it was looking like there was more lightning with it. At this point, oh, there we go. We do have a new warning out for Atascosa, Wilson, all the way down to Karnes City also. So let me go back here and take a look at this real fast. 1 second, guys. Atascosa. Interesting how it's not showing up on my phone. There it is. Okay. This is until 1 p.m. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm also on Facebook Live, but go right ahead. You can talk to me. That's fine. Yes. All right. For northwestern Karnes, central Atascosa, and for southern Wilson. So you can see that new severe thunderstorm. First, there's the old one. That is for southwestern or southeastern Medina, northeastern Frio, and north Atascosa counties. That was until 12:15. Now the storm that does have that warning associated with it. That's the one that's now into eastern Atascosa County, southern Wilson, and northwestern Karnes. That's the storm we're watching, and that has had a history of producing the 60-mile-per-hour winds, and now we're saying quarter-size hail. So the Weather Service is saying quarter-size hail, not the tennis ball-size hail. So that is definitely some good news to hear. All right. I'm going to go back into Facebook and see what we have going on here live. Internet just went down on the southeast side near Brooks. Yep. Not surprised at all about that one. All right, Joel, remind me where you are, saying that you just lost power. Just waiting. They're about to toss to me, as far as I know, in the noon newscast. So I'm just waiting just a little bit until then. I've been tracking a lot on Facebook. A lot of people asking questions on Facebook. A lot of people concerned about their gardens, of course, with this hail. In addition to any other damage that could be happening. Let's see. Jen said to Pamela, "Thankfully your garden escaped another event." Celeste says there's no power at 211 and Petranco area. So starting to get some reports from people about loss of power. Someone said on the southeast side, Patrick Hoskins said internet just went down on the southeast side near Brooks. And of course, we just saw that new severe thunderstorm warning issued for eastern Atascosa, northwest Karnes, and southern Wilson counties. Of course, we're seeing the hail not nearly as large as what we saw last night. And it looks like it's not as large as it was about an hour or so ago. So the concern not as much. But now, of course, we also see the training storms moving through Pearsall and Devine. So even though some areas may not have had that large hail, now we're starting to see a little bit of a flooding threat being added in there. Lake Mendez is in Pleasanton saying the storm is just holding together really well. She's concerned about the lightning. So really, just like you were saying, Ryan, we're seeing that lightning threat, the hail threat moving off to the east. Thankfully, not as bad as it was last Thursday night when we were seeing grapefruit-sized hail, but still grapefruit, tennis ball-sized hail. It's still going to do a lot of damage. But people are just concerned as these storms are rolling through if there's going to be any more. And from what we're seeing, it does look like that back edge of the storms is finally starting to push on through, and we don't see a whole lot forming behind that. So hopefully once we get to those mid-afternoon hours, things will be looking much, much clearer. But again, we're seeing that new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued a few minutes ago for northeastern Atascosa, southern Wilson, and northwestern Karnes City, or Karnes County, including Karnes City. That storm has had a history of producing hail as large as tennis ball size, but for now it looks like it's down to quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, which can do quite a bit of damage, and we've seen some of that damage that Paul Morales was taking a look at in Poteet. The storm is moving to the east at 35, so if you're anywhere east of Pleasanton, well, even say Floresville. Floresville looks like to be just on the northern side of that watch or the warning box, but still that storm is going to be pushing through there, so expect that to move through as well. Karnes City, you had that storm that just moved through. The one that this severe storm warning was issued looks like the worst of it's going to pass just to your north, but any kind of a jog to the right could bring the worst of it over to you. Let's take a look up towards San Antonio. And kind of seeing a line forming with these storms, hearing some thunder here above our studios here, but it looks like western parts of Bexar County, things are clearing out. Still some lightning strikes, of course. And take a look at Devine. You've got some more heavy stuff going through right now, I would assume. Let me go back on Facebook here and see what everyone's saying. Make sure there's nothing new there. Let's zoom into Devine. And you can see where you have the pink, or just southwest of Devine. So that was a minute or two ago, so now it's right on top of you in Devine. Let's check the hail tracker and see. Yeah, there it is right there. That other storm, that's the one that's showing it south of Devine in northeastern Frio County. but now we're seeing some hail with that storm too. Let me loop that and see. Yeah, that one that's moving, it's northeast of Pearsall, about to move into northwestern Atascosa County. Seeing a little bit of hail with that one, so I think now we'll have to keep our eyes on that one. Paul Morales has been in Poteet. We're going to toss it to him and see what kind of damage they've been seeing in Poteet. So, Paul, what are you seeing at Poteet after that storm? Looks like it's pushed on out now, has it?
Are they on a delay? Jamie? Are they on a delay?
I'm going to guess my mic is now off for the noon, so I'm just going to go back to Facebook Live now. Let's see, how's everyone doing? What areas have flood warnings? No areas have flood warnings currently right now, thankfully. Let me show you here. We just got flood advisories out for Uvalde and Zavala counties, areas just north of Pearsall and La Pryor, running until 1:30. So just flooded. That's an urban and small stream flood advisory. So I would just don't be concerned about widespread flooding in those areas. Just if you live near a small stream or a smaller body of water, that's what that would be for. Roads should be fine, except unless you're underneath those storms directly. This one down here near Pearsall is looking pretty hefty there too. Most of these storms are moving to the east northeast at about 35. Will the weather be bad going to Alaska? I have never heard of that. Let me see if I can find where that is. Alaska? Oh, here it is. Jamie, there's a lot. Wait, where's that? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's just north of Houston's. Well, sort of north of Houston. But those areas do still have the enhanced risk by the Storm Prediction Center. Let me see where I can find that here. Give me just a second. Let me zoom out on the radar. I'll talk about the severe thunderstorm warnings again. One's about to expire. That's the one for Atascosa, Frio, and Medina counties. That's running until 12:15. That's about to expire. But we do have this one in Atascosa and Wilson counties. That is running until 1. That's the latest one. That is running until 1. And the threat with that storm still is large hail. Not as large as it was, but it looks like the worst just south of Floresville is where that's going to be. But it has quarter-size hail, the National Weather Service has said last. Let me check the hail tracker again. Paul said he thought the winds were as large as, or as strong as 80 miles per hour with this storm, and that is extreme. But you can see, yeah, right now, ping pong to golf ball size hail at best with that. The one that's just off to the west of that, just south of Divine, could be hail as large as quarter size hail with that one. The Weather Service says only quarter size hail with this one right now, though, just to the east of Pleasanton, but it could strengthen. We'll keep watching that one again. Let me move you through the afternoon and show you how things are going to go with our future cast here. There we go. Okay, so that is at noon, and you can see it's pretty much dissecting our area in half. But really, we are still seeing some of those storms off to the west. Let me back that up a little. Hold on 1 second. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. That's about how it is now, because we do still have that rain just east of Uvalde and Hondo. Let's go to 1. So about an hour from now, looks like San Antonio about out of it, Pleasanton about out of it. Let's go to 2 o'clock. You see it weakening quite a bit as it pushes off to the east to, say, the Gonzales, Howardville area. But you see a lot toward the coast, so I would say anywhere north of Houston definitely could be hit pretty hard with this. But you can see by 3 o'clock, it's all out of here easily. So really just the next couple of hours are what we're the most concerned with, and then things move out. Let's see, let me get to the 7 days, so you can see the 7-day forecast. Here we go. So we've got the severe storms today, high of 87, but of course where we do have these storms and the rain, we're not seeing temperatures nearly that high, but where we don't have the rain, that's where the temperatures are well up there as well. Let's see, I wish it was in Pleasanton right now. Oh, you're a Skywarn spotter. Yeah, I didn't know. That's pretty cool. Awesome. You ever drive there? It's interesting. Our news director, a couple years ago, there was a storm with monster hail, and he saw that I was on Facebook Live from home and just watching, and he asked me where he should drive to see the biggest hail. His brand new truck. He was safe there, thankfully. Of course, Jesse, absolutely. So it's interesting. He lives for storms, but of course the damage is not what you want to see. Tomorrow, a much quieter day. Even though the front is coming through now, tomorrow is going to be hotter. 92, 91, a slight chance for a shower Wednesday. Thursday, a 60% chance for showers and storms, a high of 86. Another front comes through, and again, after the front, warms us up because we don't have the rainfall. 88 degrees for the high on Friday, a slight chance for showers. Saturday, another dry day, and then Sunday, another wet one. Or not wet, but chances for rain. Let's go back to the radar here. All right. Got an itch here. I've been waking up with this weird, almost like pink eye-like thing the past few mornings in the past few weeks, trying to figure out what it is. Wondering if it's the chemicals in our apartment complex pool. Who knows? Anyway, you've never been to the coast with severe weather? Yeah. Oh. You know, I was at the coast once. It was near Key West. My brother got married on the beach during a thunderstorm. It was interesting. I don't know if I want to be there if I were you, unless you were somewhere safe. Then it would be pretty cool. Then it would look really neat. Okay, here. So that severe thunderstorm warning once again running until 1 o'clock for eastern Atascosa, northwestern Karnes County, and southern Wilson County, just south of Floresville. That's running until 1 o'clock. The main threat out of that storm, it's had quarter-size hail, mostly in the Poteet to Pleasanton area. But right now, it does look like it's not quite as large. It's weakening, but there is still a lot of lightning with this as it does move into Wilson County. I'm hearing what Ryan's saying as well. We're seeing this other storm, though, that's moving through the Divine area. Still seeing some stuff there. Allergies. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering also, Tyson, if it could be allergies. I haven't had allergies for a long time, but you can develop them once you move here. I figured that out. I've done plenty of stories about them. If you're looking back towards Pearsall, yep, you got a lot of lightning around you again. Nothing severe, though, in Pearsall. So that's the good news. But between Pearsall and Divine, still going to see some of that activity. It definitely does look like it's weakened a bit. Let me see what happens here if I can take off the lightning. If the picture changes, guys, much, sorry about that. Oh, good. Okay. I'm going to turn off the lightning so we can see a little better. And then zoom, but I can't zoom in. That's the only problem. Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, once you turn off the lightning, you can see when that storm was pretty much over Divine. You can see where the arrow was pointing about an hour or so ago. It was huge. You saw that bright pink area was monstrous. Now that it's moved through Pleasanton, it's almost out of Pleasanton, moving into Wilson County. It's not nearly as large, so you can definitely see it's weakening quite a bit. All right, 30 seconds sounds good. The next crew, let's see. Let me look at that radar once again. They're tossing back to me in just a minute. Let me get this radar up here. Definitely east of Pleasanton. Where Paul's going to go?
No. This is going to be it's going to be Sue.
Where's Sue right now?
Should I bet on Seguin?
Where's Sue right now?
She's probably East San Antonio.
If she can get out there quickly, yeah.
Seguin? All right. Thank you. Seguin.
Definitely tracking. A lot of people concerned in the Pleasanton area, Floresville, about where the storm is going to go. Of course, we're seeing it. It's taking, looks like it's trying to take that kind of a left turn. A lot of these storms were moving from the southwest to the northeast earlier, but in the past hour, they've started to take more of an eastern jog, but now it looks like it's trying to make a left turn towards Floresville. But at least the good news is we're not seeing the hail nearly as large. A lot of people are talking about in Divine, there was heavy hail in Divine just now, so even though that one pushed through, now a lot of people are concerned about the storms that are between Pearsall and Divine. Let's see, Alan Good, I think I'm saying his last name, the third, said heavy hail in Divine right now. Lake and Mendez is in Pleasanton, and she said it looked like it moved a little north, which is true. It does look like it did. How long will the rain last? Janet wants to know. The good news is that'll only last until about the mid-afternoon. Depending where you are, Uvalde, it looks like it's over. San Antonio should be over by about 1 or 2 o'clock. Everyone, it's going to be out of here by the mid-afternoon hours, so that's the good news. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an isolated shower that pops up this afternoon, but for most of us, it's going to be gone by then. And Alan says it was about 1.5 inches Oh, 1.5-inch size hail in Devine. That was with that other storm that just pushed through in the past 30 minutes or so. So not the severe storm, but that was the storm that came by after that. So these little storms that are moving through afterwards, they're not severe, but they're definitely adding insult to injury in some of those areas where that large severe cell pushed through that's now moving into Wilson County. So Ryan, definitely not seeing nearly as much on the radar, at least not nearly as much large hail as we saw this past last Thursday night, but still packing quite a bunch. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Later, you look at places you were last time, and you can say, man, we just got out here 3 days ago, man.
It's like goatee, but with a D. Oh, so Godee. Alan Godee. Okay, I like that. Let's see, how are things looking? Give me a second, and I will check on that. Oh, man, my phone is... Always fun to try to use your phone in these situations. All right, let's look at Luling. I think things are okay in Luling. Yeah, well, let's see. Luling, I would...
Paul's breaking up. I'm not screaming.
I wonder if that would be... Sorry, they're asking me where to send Sue Kalberg. Yeah, I would say Seguin is a good place. Looks like Seguin, you're going to be on the northern side of all this.
You got all that, Mike?
Luling, if you're in Luling, if this holds together, it's heading in your direction too. So if you're in Luling, get ready to head inside into Buc-ee's. And if you do, can you bring me some of their fudge and their brisket? That sounds good right now. You know, I had some food on my desk. It's so far across in the newsroom. I guess I'll just wait till this is over. Go D. I like that. That's a cool name. All right. So we're still watching the severe thunderstorm, and the warning is still up until 1 o'clock, and this is for eastern Atascosa, northwestern Karnes, and southern Wilson County. Let me stop the radar. And you can see right in between Floresville and Pleasanton, that is where the worst of it is right now. So if you're in the Floresville to Pleasanton area, that's where that storm is. And the worst of it, it has had 60-mile-per-hour winds, also hail as large as tennis ball size, and we're seeing a lot of frequent lightning with that as well. I guess a lot of frequent is actually saying it twice. All right, there's Frio, Medina, let's say northern Frio, northern Medina, Uvalde, and Zavala counties. That is where the flood advisory is until 1:30. That's an urban and small stream flood advisory that's out. And you can see that storm that we're looking at right now. This is the severe thunderstorm warning associated with that cell. That is in northeastern Atascosa County, northwest Karnes, and southern Wilson. Some great news. When is the bad weather going to end? Oh, it's my pleasure to help keep you updated and safe. This should help Medina Lake. Yes, I would say it should. This will all be over, Eric, for everybody, I would say by 3. Can't rule out a very isolated shower storm this afternoon, but I'm thinking by 3 o'clock it's all going to be gone out of here. And this stool is uncomfortable. All right, so let's zoom in once again. You know, as much as I love the lightning, it's just taking up a lot of the screen there. Let's go back into San Antonio. Excuse me, guys. Actually, let's go back up here. All right, just north of Bernie, moving out of Comfort. We are seeing some lightning with that one there. That one's not severe, though. That one, though, is pushing through from the south and the west there. Let's see. Let's go back down to the south. Uvalde's still on the very back edge of that. It just does not want to move away from you guys. But you can see from the north and west, it is moving away. But you can see most of the activity is pushing through right now, right in the middle of the day. It's the storm clouds in the distance. That's my favorite part, is the cloud. Oh, you see the clouds in the distance, yeah. I just got an itch there. It's always nice to see it in the distance, not right on top of you, right? Yeah, it does look like it's trying to... it's still got that eastern jog to it, though. Any damage down where you are, Lakin? Just curious. Probably not much. Of course, the worst of it's just moving through now. But it looks like it's trying to break up a little bit. Almost a little line of where the lightning's breaking up. Yeah, you can see definitely a lot less pink associated with that. And we can see through the lightning on here on the map. So that's definitely telling us that things are getting a lot weaker. Take a look at that for Pearsall, though. Pearsall, not seeing any severe threat down there. The colors there are mostly reds and oranges, so we're not seeing that there. Let me check with the hail tracker. Ooh, I think I just saw something down there in Pearsall. Give it just a second here. You see it on your screen. I don't see it on mine because it's still, there we go. It was buffering. Okay. Okay, so now the largest hail that we see on the hail tracker, at least, is south of Pearsall. And I'm hearing Ryan in my earpiece saying that flood warnings west of San Antonio. You know what? I'm going to check on my phone here. I'm still seeing the same flood advisories. Let me just check this real fast here. The main concern. Yeah, on my phone I'm not seeing any flood warnings. Of course, it's not showing the flood advisories either, which are definitely up for Frio, Medina, Uvalde, and Zavala counties until 1:30. Yeah, no flood warnings, just urban and small stream flood advisory for Frio, Medina counties, the northern section of those counties, and Uvalde and Zavala counties. And there they are right there, because at least 1 to 3 inches has fallen with those storms. But once again, the worst of it is falling from east of Pleasanton over to Floresville, northward to eastern Bexar County and Seguin, starting to see the lightning in your area as well. At least you've probably seen it for a while, but now the rain is coming along with that. All right, it's good lightning. All right. You know, I tend to speak text, or speak type. I just got this new laptop or a new keyboard for my computer. It lights up. A friend of mine gave it to me, Cindy. Actually spent Saturday evening with her and her mother Mickey for Mother's Day. But I had the super loud keyboard and the keys are up a little high, so lots of typos lately. All right, enough typing. Typing talk. So once again, here's that severe thunderstorm warning running until 1 o'clock this afternoon for Atascosa. That's northeastern Atascosa. It's actually moving out of Atascosa County. So I wouldn't be worried about Atascosa anymore. My pleasure, Michelle. That's what we're here for. Keep you updated and keep everyone safe. At least it's during the new newscast right now, which is good, because people love when we break in during sports and Spurs games. Oh my gosh, that's the worst. All right, St. Hedwig, you are getting slammed by lightning right now. Wow, you can't even see anything on the ground. But yeah, St. Hedwig seeing it. Seguin, I would definitely head inside right now if you're outside. We've got the lightning there. Lavernia, definitely seeing plenty there as it's just getting started there and that pushes on through. But the worst of it is to the south where we have that severe thunderstorm warning. That is for northeastern Atascosa, southern Wilson, and northwestern Karnes County running until 1 o'clock. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and also those brief heavy downpours along with that lightning. And even though there's no tornado warning, these can still do just as much damage as a tornado. If you get winds of up to 65, 75 miles per hour, definitely. Hey, Alex, how are things looking downtown? Getting much down there? If you're watching, you're probably not watching. I wouldn't be if I was off. Should be cleaning the apartment, actually. We have a holiday tree also. We're going to have that change from it was an Easter and Fiesta tree to a summer tree for Memorial Day and July 4th. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning still out there for Pleasanton area, just east of you is where the storm is. So Pleasanton, you're out of the woods with this one. However, we do still have more storms off to the west. So even though this one down here in Pearsall and part of Medina County is not severe, it's still packing quite a punch with quite a bit of hail. Let's see how it looks now. Oh good, it looks like it's weakened quite a bit. Ooh, the one near Floresville has also a lot. Here's the one near Pearsall. That's where we're seeing, could have nickel-sized hail down there. Nothing as large as what we saw with the other one in Poteet, where it could have been as large as tennis ball-sized hail. That one, though, you can see the hail with that, pea-size at best. Lavernia, that one there actually, now seeing possibilities of hail developing with that one. Let's loop that one, actually. Oh, that actually, let's do that, show that now. Let's go back just a little bit. Okay, you can see that storm just south of St. Hedwig. Looks like it was about 12:11, so about 15 minutes ago. That was the time where it had the largest hail core. But of course, we had our eyes on the one down to the south here. And let's take this back in time and see where the largest hail, look at that, right there. Wow. Northeastern Medina County, south of Divine. I mean, that's showing baseball size hail. It shows even apple size hail. So we'll just have to see. There's not a whole lot right there. So Bigfoot may have seen, the town of Bigfoot, may have seen the largest of the hail right there. You can see it right there. But through Petite, yeah, definitely weakened quite a bit as it pushed into there. All right, let me zoom out just a bit. All right, let's go back to the radar. All right. Okay. Let me go in here. I'm going to sit outside when the storm gets here. Are you going to sit outside? All right. Yeah, hey, send some video or pictures in. I'd love to see them. news@kens5.com. But make sure you're careful sitting outside. You know, I used to sit outside with my dad during thunderstorms when I lived in Pennsylvania. And we sat in our garage. So we thought that was safe. But if you can see lightning or hear thunder, you can get hit no matter where you are, even in your house if the window's open. So if you are around any lightning or thunderstorms, make sure you are inside. Make sure you're not touching metal. Stay out of the shower and the bathtub because that's water and metal. You don't want to be there. You want to make sure those windows are shut. And just in case, even if there's no tornado warning and there are very strong winds, that can cause a lot of damage. So make sure keep the kids safe. You're wearing anything, wear a bicycle helmet to keep yourself safe in case there's any damage, anything falling around you, in case these storms are moving right through your area. But at least for now, things are looking a lot better. But we do still have this one severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Atascosa County, southern Wilson County, and northwestern Karnes County. But right now, things are looking a lot better with respect to that storm right there. Let me just stop the radar and show you where that is right now. And there is St. Hedwig, and that's where a lot of lightning is right now. Let's see here. I have to send it. I was going to see on the National Weather Service. Yeah, that'll be great. Thank you. Good to hear you have a tornado plan. Hopefully everyone always has a tornado plan. We don't get a lot of tornadoes here, but you should always have that tornado safety plan. Know where to go if you're in a car. Know where to go if you're at work. Know where to go if you're at home. What you should have with you when you're at home in that tornado safety place, which should be a room without windows, an interior room, no windows. Cover yourself with a blanket, mattress, clothes, anything you can. The more you can put between you and the tornado, the better. But again, right now, there is no tornado warning, no active tornadoes. Just one severe thunderstorm warning that is still out for eastern Atascosa, but Atascosa County is out of the woods with this one. Southern Wilson is seeing the worst of it right now. Floresville and areas south. If you are in eastern Medina County, though, you are seeing quite a bit of lightning and rain with another storm moving through, but this one is not severe. So don't worry about that one. That one is a non-severe storm, but it likely is packing quite a punch with 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. Could have some small hail with that one as well, but nothing severe, but a lot of lightning with that too. All right, let's zoom out and loop this here. All right, so Hondo, looks like you're okay. Uvalde, finally, these storms are moving away. La Pryor, you're getting one last little bit. Looks like it's going to push through. And Pearsall, you can get a little bit more. Down towards the Dilley area, seeing some showers. But nothing severe there. Just still waiting for this one severe storm warning to expire. And I just lost all the comments. Where'd they all go? Maybe they'll come back. All right. Let's zoom out again. There they are. No tornado warnings. Yeah, I think it's going to stay that way, Lake, and I don't see any anything happening now. It looks like these things are really weakening quite a bit rapidly. Mr. Benitez, hopefully you're having a nice time downtown and staying dry. Hopefully everyone's staying dry. It looks like downtown is looking much better. Let's stop the loop, and you'll see, yeah, it's all pushed east of downtown. St. Hedwig, seeing a lot of lightning, and here comes that next sweep. Getting updated images there. And yeah, Seguin down towards St. Hedwig, Elmendorf. You've had a lot of that lightning. That's pushing through. Floresville. Yep, you're getting that lightning. I assume, like, and your daughter asks you every single day if there's a tornado. It could be sunny and just windy, and she will ask multiple times a day. I take it she wants to see a tornado as well. Yes, sir.
About 5 minutes.
Okay.
Leave the radar up. Come to me.
Sounds good. So I take it she wants to be a tornado chaser, possibly? Is that the case, Lakin? or she's scared of tornadoes. Hopefully that's not the case. As long as we're all educated and we know weather's coming, hopefully we can all be as safe as possible and not be scared of it. I know a lot of kids are afraid of the weather. When I was a kid, I wasn't. I absolutely loved it. I lived in Pennsylvania, loved hurricanes, snowstorms. Of course, we don't get the snowstorms here, but we do get plenty of the other stuff. All right, let me just go through this one more time. Much of the area under severe thunderstorm watch until 4 o'clock, but we're just looking at these storms that are severe. Right now we have the severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Atascosa, but it's moved out of there. Northwestern Karnes, southern Wilson counties. And in southern Wilson County, that is where the worst of it is right now. So if you're in southern Wilson County, Floresville, up towards even Elmendorf, up towards St. Hedwig, that's where the worst of it is right now. This warning will likely just expire. It is 12:31. It does go until 1, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Weather Service did knock that out a little faster. But behind that, we do still have some other storms off towards Medina County and Pearsall. None of that is severe, though. We are seeing some more moving through the La Pryor area. And flood advisories for the counties that are outlined in green. That is Uvalde, Zavala, northern Medina, and northern Frio counties. That's where we have those urban and small stream flood advisories. No severe storms there. Still some rain and some lightning pushing through San Antonio and Bexar County, but not a whole lot. The worst of it, again, is in southern Wilson County right now. Oh, you're studying meteorology. Awesome. All right, I'm going to get off of here for now, guys. I think they're sending me somewhere live, but we're going to keep the radar up in just a minute so you can keep watching the radar as these storms push through South Central Texas. Take care, guys.